Chief Meteorologist Jake Dalton here.
Sponsored by Jerry Lane Buick GMC.
Everybody, Chief Meteorologist Jake Dalton here with Louisiana First News, bringing you a quick update on what is now post-tropical cyclone Arthur. Essentially, it's just no longer a tropical storm, but we know at this point that the impacts are going to remain the same, right? It's all about the rain. So giving you a quick update here tonight, we are tracking some heavy rain moving into southeast Louisiana. Right now, we are not tracking anything severe, but new tonight, we have a tornado watch in effect now through 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. So as we go through the overnight, as the rain bands begin to increase across the area, so will the threat for a couple of isolated tornadoes. So make sure that you are staying weather aware through the overnight. Make sure you have a way to receive warning information, especially on your phone. Make sure your wireless emergency alerts are turned on so that way you can stay up to date with what is going on. These tropical rain bands will move through pretty fast, so you may not get a whole lot of lead time with these warnings. What we're tracking is this little feature offshore. This is going to be moving inland late tonight into tomorrow morning. That is what's going to bring us that greater potential for heavy rainfall and potential for some flooding. And we're going to continue to see a pretty significant threat for that heavy rainfall and potential flooding all the way through tomorrow morning into tomorrow afternoon, with potential for double-digit rainfall totals in just a few locations. All right, we are going to wrap things up here on Fox 44, but if you want to continue to watch our update here on Louisiana First News, you can join us on Facebook, also on our Louisiana First News app. We are going to remain our coverage there for just a little bit longer. Take a look at rainfall totals. We were just getting off of Fox 44. We'll be doing those top of the hour updates on NBC 33 and Fox 44 going forward. But again, as we bring you another update here tonight, of course, as we've been mentioning over the last several days, the big deal with what's now left of Arthur is the rainfall. And every time I've shown you this graphic here, it's a high resolution model. And it refreshes every hour, so it looks a little different every time I show it to you. But the big story here remains the same. Not everybody is going to see really high rainfall totals as we go through the overnight and tomorrow morning. The higher rainfall totals are going to likely be in a more localized area. Again, we just can't tell you exactly where that is going to be, but just stay on guard again through tonight and tomorrow morning. If you do come across a road that is flooded, don't drive through it, and make sure you come back and check in with us tomorrow morning before getting out on the roads on your morning drive, because again, we could be dealing with some flooded streets and roadways and whatnot, and we'll give you the latest update on that. The severe weather threat tonight, again, that continues. We mentioned just a couple minutes ago, a tornado watch is in place. That's going to continue through the overnight. All right, tracking the rest of the rain. So we are going to see rain coverage increase through the overnight. Latest run of Future Track suggests we'll see a good bit of heavy rain moving through southeast Louisiana. Going through the overnight hours, this is around 3 a.m. Things will continue to be pretty rough through the morning drive, and we will be watching for these really intense rainfall rates with these storms, again, around the area. So they're going to be really good, efficient rain producers. Potential there for 3, maybe 6 inches of rainfall an hour, which is just a lot. And drainage systems cannot handle that, in most cases. So that's really the big concern as we go through the overnight hours, is that chance for flooding across the area. What we don't want to see are these storms slowing down. And there are some hints in the guidance tonight, and even the National Weather Service has talked about this, that some of the rainfall we see through the night and tomorrow morning could stall because of a lingering boundary up to the north. Again, that's something we don't want to see. That's not, again, very high in confidence here, but just something that they have noticed in the guidance. And again, we've been just watching this very closely. And again, you can kind of see it here, how we go through the rest of the morning. That's 11 a.m. And notice how it is still raining pretty heavily from near Macomb over towards the Mississippi Gulf Coast. And as I play this forward and here in time here, you can see in the afternoon, look at where it's still raining near Macomb over towards Biloxi and Gulfport. That would not be a good situation at all. Now, yes, that is not an impact for Baton Rouge or New Orleans, but the location of that could vary, right? So none of us can really let our guard down with that regard. But again, we don't want to see that. That is too much rainfall throughout the day. I mean, you're talking over 12 hours of just really drenching heavy rain. And South Mississippi also has been dealing with a lot of rainfall in the last few weeks. They've dealt with a lot of river flooding and such. So really none of us can handle that much water. Thankfully, by tomorrow night, things are going to improve quite a bit as far as the weather is concerned. I mean, really by the afternoon, evening here in Baton Rouge, things may actually look pretty decent. It's really the morning hours that we're most concerned with the impacts from this heavy rain and severe weather threat. And again, by Friday, we start to kind of lessen the rain chance a little bit. So we will continue again to monitor that. But right now, the main concern again is going to be happening tonight into tomorrow morning. All right, update on the river levels real fast here. So we've been tracking this closely. We're going to keep an eye on the Tickfaw. We are also watching closely the Amite at Denham Springs, also the Comite River at Jor Road. The Amite River, this is from about 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago. This is 8:15 this evening, so I'll have to update this. But the latest, let's see, the latest observed value, 28.15 feet. Flood stage on the Amite at Denham begins at 29 feet. It's forecast to go to 30.5 feet, so that's minor flood through the day tomorrow and will likely stay in minor flood through the weekend. This all, again, dependent upon how much rainfall we get tonight into tomorrow. If we exceed what's forecast, then of course these levels could go up. The Comite River at Jor Road is now in minor flood. That's because of all the rainfall we've had the last few days, which has been quite a bit in parts of East Baton Rouge Parish. Forecast to go into, or stay in minor flood, I should say, through Friday at least, maybe even into Saturday. Still, this is all dependent upon how the rainfall sets up tonight into the day tomorrow. If we exceed what's forecast here, because this is just a river forecast, we could again see these levels maybe a little higher, but we just have to watch and see again how things play out as far as that's concerned. As mentioned earlier as well, tornado watch continues until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. That is for all of southeast Louisiana. So we have to be prepared and on guard and know that there's at least a chance for some tornado warnings through the overnight hours. And of course, we're going to be right here with the latest update on that as we go through the night. Quick check of the extended forecast here before we wrap things up. Again, tomorrow is the real impact day. That's our alert day. Friday, we still have a 60% chance for rain. I don't think that's going to be a huge concern, but we may see some bouts of heavy rain at times on Friday. By far, again, the biggest threat is tomorrow in the morning hours, but could linger in the afternoon for some. Saturday, Sunday, we're talking more summertime weather, highs back in the 90s, some hit or miss, kind of scattered like storms, and that will likely continue into early next week. Maybe completely dry Monday. We have 20% for the rain chance on Monday, but again, that may be taken out as we eye more of the data. All right, that's the latest update as of 11 o'clock. We'll be right back here with another update at midnight. We will see you then.
Tracking the Tropics. Sponsored by Jerry Lane Buick GMC.
All right, Chief Meteorologist Jake Dalton back with you here on Fox 44, also on our streaming pages, giving you an update on what is left of Arthur. But at this point, again, it is just all about the rain and impacts. Not that we were ever really concerned about the actual tropical storm itself involving the winds. And again, it's no longer even a tropical system. It's done. The advisories are over. We're now just tracking the rain. We're tracking the radar. So we're seeing rain spread inland right now. So far, again, so good. No major issues at this point and no warnings out at this time, but these storms that are moving onshore along the coast are starting to exhibit some signs of rotation, so it's worth watching over the next little bit. Zooming in closer to the Baton Rouge metro right now, we just have some scattered showers and a few thunderstorms lifting through the area. Again, right now, most of this is just light to moderate rain. It's not a big concern there. Down to the south, some heavier rain lifting through Franklin, now into St. Martin Parish, and that's the cell that has had at least some rotation with it, and we'll keep track of that as that kind of lifts its way up to the north, potentially into Iberville and Assumption Parish coming up. And then down along the coast, again, we are getting heavy rainfall now over here around Cocodrie, and then extending up towards Houma right now, and Raceland also seeing some rain, and over parts of lower Terrebonne Parish. So that's the deal right now, some lightning with these storms as well. We'll again keep watching as this continues to move onshore and brings more threats to the inland areas. And so far, again, rainfall amounts about an inch or so around Morgan City and Franklin and up towards Houma, but nothing significant currently at this time. A reminder, we are under a tornado watch through 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. We will keep you updated with the latest right here on Fox 44. If you want to continue to stay with us here for a few more minutes on our coverage, you can join us on Facebook Live and also on our app. All right, still with you here on Facebook and online. Again, just a quick update for you folks. Again, we remain under that tornado watch through the morning hours tomorrow, and no big changes with the timeline. Again, we still expect majority of the impacts to be as we continue on through the overnight hours and into early tomorrow morning. So we're going to be here all through the night, keeping up to date on up to speed on what exactly is going on. But so far right now, not any major concerns out there. I've had a lot of questions in the Facebook comments about, certain locations. Really, all of us here in Southeast Louisiana are going to be under the same threat level, essentially. We're all going to have the chance for heavy rain. The tornado threat is there. It's not super high. I mean, this is pretty common anytime we have a landfalling tropical system, even though it's not technically tropical anymore. But a setup like this, you can always get a little quick spin up tornado. It's not a major concern, so don't be overly worried about it, but just know that that threat is there. For all of us, again, it's mainly about the rain. The wind is not going to be a big issue. Again, along the coast, there will be some gusty winds as these bands come through, and even inland as well. We could have some gusts at times, especially in a stronger storm that's able to form and move in. But for the vast majority of us, again, this is not a big wind event by any means. This is mainly all about the rain. Again, that is the latest update right now. As of midnight, we will be back right here again for another update at 1 a.m. And if you're watching on Facebook Live or on YouTube, we again are going to keep our radar up so you can continue to track the radar for yourself as well until we're back again with another update in about an hour. We'll see you then.
Tracking the Tropics, sponsored by Jerry Lane Buick GMC.
Hey everybody, Chief Meteorologist Jake Dalton here with you again at 1 a.m. on our Thursday morning. We are getting, you ready for these heavy rain bands that continue to spiral into the area. And right now we are tracking what is now a new tornado warning. This is actually for parts of Terrebonne Parish right now. Again, this does not include technically anybody within the immediate coverage area here, being that we are in the Baton Rouge area, but again, keeping you folks up to date on what's going on, which is, again, not really surprising. We're starting to get tornado warnings given the fact that we're, for one, under a tornado watch, and then also the fact that we have talked about this threat for the last couple of days. As these storms were going to spiral inland, we were going to have that chance for a couple of brief spin-up tornadoes. So again, this is for parts of Terrebonne Parish. This has been radar indicated as the stronger storms have moved their way inland, moved right over Chauvin and now over to the Montague area. Again, a tornado warning there until 1:30 in the morning. We'll go back to that coming up in just a second, but I want to update folks again in around the Baton Rouge area of what's happening at this time. We're tracking some light to moderate rains right now in and around the Baton Rouge area. Some heavier rain right now moving through parts of Prairieville, Gonzales, over towards Galvez and Port Vincent. Heavier pocket of rain right now over White Castle. But overall, again, so far so good in the Baton Rouge metro area. The heaviest rain in the really bulk of the action is just south of the Baton Rouge area right now. Heaviest rain from near Thibodaux, stretching again through much of Terrebonne Parish and eastern portions of St. Mary, and then going into Lafourche Parish as well. All of this action is going to be kind of pinwheeling, is what I've said through the night tonight. Pinwheeling its way inland, kind of rotating a little bit its way inland through the overnight into tomorrow morning. So this is the bulk of the activity. What is moving in now? We could see again an expansion of the coverage of the heaviest rain as we go through the morning, but that is currently what we are dealing with at this time. We again are still under a tornado watch. That will continue until 6 a.m. And so we need to be prepared for the fact that we could have more tornado warnings as we go through the morning. So that is the update right now on NBC 33 and Fox 44. We'll be back with you right here on NBC 33 and Fox 44 coming up at 2 a.m. But if you want more coverage, we're going to stay with this for a bit longer on our Facebook live stream. You can find that at Louisiana First News on Facebook. We're also live on YouTube and on our free Louisiana First News app. So we'll see you then in about an hour once again. All right, for folks watching on our live stream, again, we're going to be with this for a little bit longer. Again, just giving you another update of what's going on. New tornado warning out now. This takes it into Lafourche Parish. So I know, again, this is technically, in terms of the Baton Rouge TV market, we have certain parishes and counties in Mississippi that we cover. These are technically out of our area, but because we're on streaming, we can cover basically everybody. I know folks, again, will click on here from all parts of the state and really all parts of the South as well. So again, if you happen to be watching again from these areas, what we're tracking is again an area of rotation that has been fairly strong over the last 20 minutes or so. Again, moving through Terrebonne and Lafourche Parish. That tornado warning continues until 1:45. Now that's the new warning, and that's going to include Lockport as this storm continues to move its way away from Montague and then up to the northeast. But these are, again, tropical downpours that are going to be capable of not only the rotation aspect, so a little bit of rotation within these storms, but we may also, of course, see some flooding start to occur with these heavier pockets of rain as well. But right now, the main threat with this storm, again, is the rotation with it. You can see a little bit of that rotation, again, pretty much right over the Montague area. This is where that is currently located. So that's where the rotation is, and it is tracking generally in a northeasterly direction. So that will take it up towards the direction perhaps of Larose and Lockport as this continues to quickly race its way up to the northeast. So that is the update on that. Now, other storms that we're tracking in parts of Terrebonne Parish and also eastern St. Mary and Assumption also showing some signs of at least some broad rotation, some weak rotation. Again, this is the activity we have talked about for days, moving inland right now. That is going to carry the threat for heavy rain that could lead to flooding and also that tornado threat. So this is what we're going to be tracking over the next several hours here as we go through your Thursday morning. Again, right now in our immediate area, we do not have any warnings right now. There was a flood advisory and there may still be a flood advisory out for parts of Terrebonne. So that's, again, a sign that we're starting to get some water accumulation in some of these spots and some of these areas where you may start to see some street and poor drainage type flooding. And then once you go up to flash flood warning, that's where, again, you may be talking about more issues than that. But for the time being, we're just going to keep watchful eye on this. Within the last hour, you can see how all this activity has been pushing its way onshore. And we'll just keep track of where this exactly goes. It's taking more of a northeasterly direction. So this, if this holds the direction this is going in right now, that may keep the worst of this action out of Metro Baton Rouge, which would be good. But the thing is, as I zoom out here, there's still more activity just to the west of that. So if there could be some more redevelopment as we go through the morning, but again, you can kind of see the trajectory of this. It's taking it more northeast. That would perhaps put more of this heavy rain and tornadic threat with this maybe into the Bayou and River parishes, and then into the New Orleans metro and the North Shore as we go through the morning. So that is the update right now. But again, we'll keep tracking, how much this may kind of extend, if you will, through the overnight, because some models do indicate that. But for the time being, around Metro Baton Rouge, not looking too bad. It's a little breezy out there. I've been noticing the camera kind of shaking a little bit, so there is a bit of a breeze. It's not a significant wind by any means. Let's take a look at the latest run of our future track here. So doing an okay job with the initialization of where these storms are. A little bit displaced. What you're seeing there near Morgan City should actually be a little further to the east, but it's got an okay initialization there. And we'll just kind of take this through, and you see how the rain coverage increases quite a bit through the morning. And so over the next several hours, we should expect more of that heavy rain to continue to spread inland through southeast Louisiana. Will it be necessarily right over Metro Baton Rouge? That is to be seen, but really anywhere in the southeast Louisiana area, we should all be ready again for some nasty weather as we go through the rest of the night into early tomorrow morning. And you see that rain will likely hang around through mid-morning, starting to exit late morning at the latest, perhaps for Metro Baton Rouge. But I still think if you're watching in southwest Mississippi, you may deal with some rain a bit longer throughout the afternoon on Thursday. But I think for Metro Baton Rouge, again, our main window of impact, if you will, from the worst of the weather, it's probably going to be closer to perhaps 3, maybe 4 a.m. and then through about, say, sunrise, through 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, so through the morning rush. And then I think by mid to late morning, we should be getting out of the bulk of the activity. But again, we'll have to just kind of watch and see the trends. This run of future track doesn't have that band of rain slowing down. It kind of keeps it progressive and keeps it moving through the area. Some models slow it down a little bit. So if that were the case, of course, the rain would linger on even longer. But this is just kind of one run of the latest model data. So just a little bit of an update for you there. Back to the radar again. We'll put this back into motion. And you can see we're continuing to watch those heavier bands of rain moving their way inland. But this is all, for the most part, south of the Baton Rouge area. Let's see. I'm going to go back to the Facebook comments and see if I can help answer any questions here. What about Fluker? I'm just wondering about how the tornado threat is there. Again, for everybody in southeast Louisiana, the tornado threat is not incredibly high. Again, we're dealing with a tropical air mass and the remnants of what was Arthur. It's no longer even a tropical system. But anytime we get a setup like this, you can get these quick spin-up tornadoes. It's not a major tornado threat like what we would perhaps see in the springtime, right? These are very quick, usually weaker in tornadoes if they do develop. So, the threat is not incredibly high, but anywhere in southeast Louisiana, we're all under the tornado watch. That continues through 6 a.m. So we all generally have that threat, but that doesn't mean it's incredibly high. But the chance is there. We just can't say, it's higher in one location versus the other. Again, that's just kind of the general idea here with that tornado threat. The Tangipahoa River at Robert, last check, I believe, is still under flood stage. The rivers we've been closely monitoring have been the Tchefuncte, that at Folsom did reach major flood stage today and is expected to remain in major flood for at least the next 24 hours, depending upon how the rainfall situation works out today. That could continue to be a good trend, but if we get a lot of rainfall in the Folsom area, again, that could mean the river could rise a little bit once more. The Amite River at Denham Springs, at last check, was just under minor flood, is forecast to go into minor flood, and same case with the Comite River at Jor Road. But so far, the local rivers are not looking all too bad. Again, we will just have to watch and see how the rainfall plays out through the morning and see where the heaviest rain bands set up. Because, of course, if we get a lot of rain in one of those river basins, then you're talking about potential for river flooding that could extend not just through today, but, of course, this would extend even through the weekend, right? So this would be, days down the road, too, that we would still be track of that. So I know we got some viewers in our Facebook comments right now. Again, if you have any questions, feel free to write them in the comment section. I can get to those pretty quickly. If we don't get them, get to your question right here on our live stream right now, we can always go back and read the comments later and answer those questions then. But, we are fully staffed here through the night. We're going to be here all through the morning. Our morning newscast on NBC 33 will begin at 4 a.m., so a bit earlier than usual when we start at 5, and we'll be on through the morning, also joining you on Fox 44 News in Baton Rouge at 7 a.m. as well. So we're going to be here staffed through the night and through the morning. I guess it's technically morning now. It's 1 a.m. But again, we are here, and we're going to keep you updated at the top of every hour, and of course cut in as needed. As we go through the morning. Of course, if we have a tornado warning type deal, we would be in wall-to-wall coverage. But for now, we're just doing these little cut-ins at the top of every hour. A possible time we could have an answer on the river situations. Let me go back. I'm going to go and look at some of the latest data, and I will help to answer your questions. I can answer your question afterwards, so I can make sure that I'll just go ahead and look it up now, actually. Why not? So let's see, the Tangipahoa River at Robert, at last check, let's see. So the Tangipahoa River at Robert, at last check, was at 17.52 feet. So that is in minor flood and is forecast to go into moderate flood by, let's see, this would be later this evening. So the Tangipahoa River at Robert, yes, in minor flood now, and then is forecast to go into moderate flood this evening and would crest at about 20.5 feet. That would put it at the higher end of the moderate flood stage. So major flood stage, that begins at 21 feet. So the forecast for the Tangipahoa River at Robert is actually just under major flood stage, and that is forecast to occur Saturday at 7 p.m. So the National Weather Service they put out these river forecasts each day. Their forecast only takes into account the expected rainfall over the next 24 hours. So this is based on their forecast of how much rainfall they're expecting that we get tonight into tomorrow morning. And again, they are forecasting a crest at 20.5 feet, which would put the Tangipahoa River at Robert just under major flood. Of course, if we get, if we exceed their forecast in rainfall, that could mean the river may go up even a little bit more. So again, those are the little things that we just have to watch kind of as we go through the event today. Hopefully we don't get any major rainfall in these areas where the rivers are already starting to kind of swell a little bit, of course. Yeah, so this is based on the forecast that they put out at the latest check, and it's based on the forecast that rainfall they expect over the next 24 hours. And so that is the latest update on that. Again, any more questions, you can feel free to put them in the Facebook comments. Again, we'll get to those when we can. The time now is about 1:14. Again, in the Baton Rouge area, even for the North Shore, we're not looking too bad yet. Most of the action is closer to the coast and in the bayou and river parishes. And we have an active tornado warning right now. This is mainly for Lafourche Parish now, near Lockport and LaRose. That is where we have been tracking an area of rotation. Now, that again is going to quickly race off to the northeast. That warning continues until 1:45. This could, if it holds together, this would take it again more so into the New Orleans metro, perhaps within the next hour or two. That's the trajectory that storm is going. So I would say heads up in the Luling area, Harahan, Marrero, perhaps even down towards Jean Lafitte if that holds together. Certainly some really heavy rainfall with that as well. Now, thankfully, it's moving, so that's good. As long as these bands of rain are moving, typically we can handle that. It's when the rain bands start to slow down or stall, that's where we start to get some major issues. But that is at least quickly moving on by pretty fast. But just also a sign that, again, we're in a tornado watch. We have the potential for more tornado warnings as we go through the morning. Hopefully, again, after the morning hours, we can be done with the tornado watch and that threat will end. But the current watch is technically allowed to expire at 6 a.m. We will see if that gets extended further if we still have some of these storms in the area. But I think the tornado threat through the day is really going to lessen. I think it's, again, between now and about 6 a.m. when that threat would be highest. But that's the only tornado warning we have had so far in the morning hours. Rotation there honestly doesn't even look as bad as it did earlier. It was actually a fairly decent couplet as it was moving over Chauvin and Montague, but now that is starting to broaden out, so that's good. But all these storms that are coming in off the Gulf are showing at least some broad rotation. So things we're going to be tracking, of course, through the morning. As far as the rainfall accumulation, I just want to check this real fast. And again, so you can see just over the last 3 hours, we've had some spots. Now, these are mainly over marshy areas, but in lower portions of Terrebonne, we've had about 2.5, maybe upwards of 3 inches of rainfall in just the last 3 hours. So, again, that's fairly manageable. When you start seeing 2 to 3 inches of rainfall an hour, then you start talking about, some flooding issues occurring. But that is the latest status on that. Again, so far so good in the Baton Rouge area. We will keep track of things as we go through the morning. Again, our newscast will begin at 4 a.m. when we will be on continuously through the morning. Until then, we're doing these hourly cut-ins at the top of every hour, so you can expect another one at 2 a.m., another one at 3, and then we will begin our extended coverage at 4 a.m. right here on our live stream, but also on NBC 33 and Fox 44. Of course, if we have any more warnings in the area or any warnings in the area as we go through the next couple of hours, we will jump back on again. Until then, we'll see you again at 2 a.m.
Tracking the Tropics. Sponsored by Jerry Lane Buick GMC.
All right, good morning, everybody. It's 2 a.m. Meteorologist Jake Dalton back with you again with Louisiana First News, bringing you a quick update on NBC 33, also on Fox 44. We're also, of course, still streaming on Facebook, on YouTube, and on our website, louisianafirstnews.com. So a quick update for the Baton Rouge area is overall still some pretty good news for us. The worst of the weather remains to our southeast, although things are getting pretty rough around the coast. We have multiple tornado warnings ongoing right now. Again, these are mainly for those closer to the coast, but we're talking about Terrebonne, Lafourche Parish, and another one moving into St. Charles Parish right now, which actually is a confirmed tornado. So that one going through parts of St. Charles Parish until 2:30 in the morning. Another one again here for the city of Houma. That one until 2:45, and then another one in Lower Terrebonne. That one is also until 2:45. So very active along the coast right now. Further inland, not a whole lot going on around Baton Rouge and the Baton Rouge Metro. Good news for us. Again, we are looking at just some light rain and at times some pockets of more moderate to steady rain. Same case over towards the Bayou and River parishes. Again, we're talking Lutcher, Laplace, over towards Convent and Gramercy. There is some heavy rain rolling through right now, but obviously you can see here where the warnings are. That is the bulk of the action as of the 2 o'clock hour. Now, if we zoom out here, I want to show you just kind of what we're looking at here in the Weather Center tonight. We'll do an hour loop, and if you just kind of look at the movement of these heavier batches of storms, they're mostly moving to the northeast, which would largely keep all of this activity outside of Metro Baton Rouge. This would be more of an issue for Metro New Orleans, eventually the North Shore, so from Hammond over to Slidell. That would be perhaps the bulk of the worst of the action if this continues to take that forward motion and again to the northeast. Now, could this graze parts of Ascension and Livingston, St. Helena? Absolutely. And could we see more redevelopment through the morning? Yes, that is still a potential. But looking at things right now, again, things are not looking all too bad for the Baton Rouge area. Not that we wish this upon anybody, but at this time, again, we think at this point, for the next few hours, the worst of the weather should remain to the east and the southeast of Metro Baton Rouge. We continue a tornado watch until 6 a.m., so that is still something to be aware of. But that is the latest update as of 2 a.m. Again, we'll be back with you on NBC 33 and Fox 44 for another cut-in and another update on what is going on with radar and what's going on with the remnants of what was Tropical Storm Arthur coming up at 3 a.m. But if you want more information, as mentioned in the last few hours, you can still join us on Facebook Live and on our website, louisianafirstnews.com. All right, and again, for everybody that is still watching us online, on our websites, on the app, and more, we again thank you for sticking with us and again tuning in to us for the latest information. This I was going to say this evening, but it's now 2 a.m., so it's now morning on our Thursday. Again, we have a lot of active weather going on. This is mostly closer to the coast right now. As mentioned, again, the Baton Rouge area, we're not looking too bad. Things are honestly looking pretty good, so we will take that good news for sure. But as mentioned, we have a lot of activity going on along the coast right now. Active tornado warnings setting up from Houma to Raceland. This one here, again, a little bit of rotation, basically anywhere from Gray to Houma. Really all up and down that area from Gray to Houma is where we have some rotation. Really strong rotation here, though, southwest of the city of Houma. Again, more so over a marshy area. This is in Lower Terrebonne. Could be a water spout that has moved on shore, but that is certainly a more strong rotation versus the one further up to the north right over the city of Houma right now. Both of those warnings, though, expire at 2:45, so another 40 minutes on those. Again, but I would certainly be on guard again in these areas and, just stay weather aware. You want to stay in your safe spot. Certainly if you live in Houma, Raceland, or Lockport, these are, again, tropical rain bands, and with any time we have a landfalling, I say tropical system because this isn't really a tropical system anymore, but anytime we have a setup like this, you get these quick spin up tornadoes, and again, you may not get a whole lot of lead time just because these are very quick moving. They don't last very long, and typically they're the weaker end variety tornadoes. So typically they don't last very long, do a little damage. Not to say that it's not an issue. It certainly is, and you should be in cover again if you're under that tornado warning. But typically these are not the really strong and intense tornadoes that perhaps we would get in the spring season. This is a totally different setup. But those are the warnings we have right now. Those are, again, going to expire within the hour. But all of that action, as mentioned, as we play this here, is going to take that northeasterly track, and I think really going to be an issue for the New Orleans Metro and the North Shore as we go through the morning. In Tangipahoa Parish, I know we've had a lot of questions about Tangipahoa Parish. I still think, again, you're going to have that threat for heavy rainfall too. That tornado threat will exist as well. Maybe it goes just east of I-55 in Tangipahoa Parish. We will keep watching that for sure. But right now, again, all we can kind of do is basically tell you what we are seeing at this time. We call it nowcasting. We're kind of just throwing the models out the window at this point because it doesn't really matter when you're looking at what's actually actively happening. The models won't really do you any good. You just have to kind of watch things as they evolve. And, you know, we talked a lot about this the last several days, how there wasn't a lot of high confidence on where the heaviest rain was going to be or where the greatest impacts would be. We knew somewhere in the area, somewhere in southeast Louisiana, there was going to be the tornado threat, and we knew there was going to be that threat for significant flooding. And it is coming to fruition. It is happening. It is just not in the Baton Rouge area at this time, which again is good news for us. Not that we wish this upon anybody, but we will keep track of this through the morning. Rainfall amounts so far, we can go back through the rainfall accumulations, and pretty significant totals, again, stacking up within the last few hours. You can see, especially around, again, Thibodaux, Houma, just east of Morgan City. We've had rainfall amounts here. Let me clear this off the screen real fast. But we have had some rainfall amounts here, you know, on the order of 3 to 4, maybe upwards of 5 inches closer to the coast. So these are still some very efficient rain producers. And so this is going to continue to be an issue as these storms slowly move their way up to the northeast. And I say slowly, they are moving, and they're moving at a decent clip. So that is good. At least they are moving. But what we're seeing, though, is that banding, right? So in that training effect of storms. So you're seeing storms moving over some of the same locations over and over again in some of the same areas I was highlighting, especially in Terrebonne, Lafourche Parish, extending up into St. John, St. James, and now St. Charles Parish as well. They're just outside of the city of New Orleans, so over towards Kenner right now in Luling. So that is where the most active weather, again, remains for now. We will continue to keep track of things here on Louisiana First News. Again, if you are watching in these areas in Terrebonne or Lafourche or St. Charles and you're under that tornado warning, of course you want to stay in shelter until those warnings do expire. We'll probably continue to have warnings through southeast Louisiana as the morning goes on, as these bands continue to make their way up to the northeast. And again, that heavy rainfall threat too is going to continue to be an issue for folks around the area. So that is the latest update as of 2 a.m. Again, we will be back with more coming up at 3. We will see you then.
Tracking the Tropics, sponsored by Jerry Lane Buick GMC.
All right, we're back with you here on Louisiana First News on NBC 33, also on Fox 44, and of course on all of our streaming pages as well. Brand new tornado warning has just come out now for parts of St. Mary Parish, and this does pretty much include the city of Morgan City. So this is, again, a radar indicated area of rotation. This tornado warning pretty short-lived. This is until 2:45 in the morning. What we are looking at is, again, some more rotation embedded within all this rain. Now, it doesn't look too evident on radar to me, but again, we do have this tornado warning now in effect until 2:45. Again, this is going to be from near Morgan City to Patterson, right there along Highway 90, and then this will also go into St. Martin Parish as well. So that is what we are tracking right here on this Thursday morning. The rotation, again, doesn't look all too significant, but again, we have a tornado warning, so we are going to make sure that we stay up to date with the latest on this storm cell here. Certainly heavy rainfall, as we have talked about the last several days. That is really the main concern with these storms today. So regardless, you're going to at least get some really heavy rainfall. It's already raining pretty hard in Morgan City. This will take it up towards the Stephenville area, and then eventually, if this holds together, this will go into Assumption Parish as well. So things to track over the coming hours, certainly. And this is moving off to the northeast at roughly about 30 miles per hour. So again, this will be moving away from Morgan City here pretty quickly, but we want you, of course, to certainly stay inside a sturdy structure and let this storm pass on by. Let's just take a little track here of the storm. We'll take it up to the north at about 30 miles per hour. This is generally the direction that this storm is going to be taking. And so that's going to, again, this is just kind of alerting you folks down the line from this, but this would be in Napoleonville in about 28 minutes, Pankerville 30 minutes, and then Convent within the hour. So that's kind of the direction this storm cell is taking. Again, this is currently warned with a tornado warning, and that goes until 2:45. If this storm holds together, again, these are the towns and the communities and the cities that would be in line next to be impacted by the very least, at least some heavy rainfall. So again, we're looking at Napoleonville in 28 minutes, Pankerville 30 minutes, and then again over towards Convent within the next 53 minutes, or in 53 minutes, I should say. So that's tracking off to the northeast at 30. We're looking at heavy rainfall with this storm. And again, there is at least also some pretty strong winds. Now, the rotation aspect of this storm isn't all too impressive here. This is a fairly broad area of rotation, but I would kind of look at this zone here, kind of just to the west of Morgan City, where there could be perhaps a little spin-up tornado trying to form as these storms are moving in off the Gulf. Again, the atmosphere with the remnants of what was Tropical Storm Arthur, the mid-level kind of circulation with that system moving through is helping to enhance these storms and kind of give them just enough of a twist in the atmosphere to try to spin up a quick tornado. So again, if you live in any of these areas, Patterson, Morgan City, up towards the Stephenville area, I know it's late at night, many folks are at home anyways, but stay inside a sturdy structure and let these storms pass on by. We've got a lot more activity going on as well, just off to the east. Just real quickly here, for folks that may just be joining in, there's a wide view of what's going on, and around the Baton Rouge area, not looking bad. We're looking at some light rain, some pockets at times of some more moderate rain, but overall we're looking good. The main action is all down here, again along the coast and then moving into the bayou and river parishes. This line here and these little cells that have popped out ahead of it have been the most problematic over the last few hours. You can see multiple tornado warnings across parts of Terrebonne Parish, some that are now moving in closer to the New Orleans metro. So this is the line that's going to cause the most issues as we go through the morning. Now, this is moving on by, but still going to dump a lot of rainfall here as we go through the next few hours. Again, flooding, as we've talked about the last few days, was going to be the main concern with these storms, right? And so we also talked about the threat for a couple of isolated tornadoes too. And there's actually been a few confirmed tornadoes with this line of storms as it's tracked off to the east. So an active morning for sure. Again, we have under a tornado watch until 6 a.m. So all of these storms, we're just going to have to watch as we go through the morning for that potential for some rotation. Again, if we zoom in here, We can see some of the heavy rain now south of Killian, and then moving in closer to Lutcher right now, just to the west of LaPlace, and over here towards Raceland as well. Lockport, Houma. The weather, again, just really rough out there for sure. The tornado warning for Raceland, that continues until 2:45. So does this warning for the city of Houma. And you've got many little couplets here. All pretty much this entire line just about has rotation with it. The one near Raceland, not looking too impressive, but they're probably looking at what's going on just to the west there, but not seeing anything jumping out. The one that looks the most concerning is just southwest of Houma. That one, again, racing up to the northeast pretty quickly. So that one likely to be near the city of Houma within the next, probably not long at all. I know we have a few, we do reach some viewers out here. So that again puts it in Houma within the next 15 to 20 minutes, Lockport within the next 38 minutes. And again, we have that storm that is over Raceland right now. It's already tornado warned, but you have one coming in from the southwest as well. So certainly an active morning. Meteorologist Ashley Renee also here with me this morning. So we are fully staffed here to keep you updated on what's going on. And again, a pretty active morning here in southeast Louisiana. We're going to keep very close eye on all these storms, of course, as we go through the morning. Our extended coverage will begin at 4 a.m. as we continue to track these storms. So again, we are all staffed and ready to go here to keep you updated through the morning as we watch these storms. But the tornado warnings have started to really just kind of pop off within the last couple of hours, as we were expecting, and will likely continue to do so as we go through the morning, as we watch this band continue to track off to the northeast. So again, we came on here not too long ago with this tornado warning near Morgan City, moving into St. Martin Parish. That one until 2:45. The main area of rotation, again, not far from Morgan City, kind of near Patterson. Again, as I mentioned, meteorologist Ashley Renee also with me here this morning. Ashley, are you seeing anything that I have not mentioned here?
I'm still seeing the tornado warnings for St. Mary and St. Martin Parish, and also over Houma. That's really where it's been quite stormy over the last hour or two in the Bayou parishes, in Lafourche and down near Terrebonne, and also a couple of those tornado warnings making it into the New Orleans metro area around St. Charles Parish. I'm not seeing anything else at this moment, just looking at the storm track where this storm, as it's holding together, could reach Napoleonville within under 10 minutes, Thibodaux in about 10 minutes, Convent. You have about a 10 to 15 minute window. So again, if you're watching from Thibodaux, Convent, Lutcher, Gramercy, anywhere in Assumption or St. James, make sure you're in your safe place at this time, as this storm is still moving pretty quickly. Again, this is a tornado warning that's in effect until 2:45 for St. Martin and St. Mary Parish, but the track of the storm still brings it into Assumption and St. James, especially as it holds itself together. So if you're in Napoleonville, Thibodaux, Convent, Lutcher, Gramercy, LaPlace, you have about a 5 to 20 minute window, with Napoleonville having the shortest time frame for when that storm is going to reach you. So again, make sure you're in your safe place, have the volume up on your phones, make sure you're away from doors and windows, and that you're just trying to be in the most interior spot of your home. But that's what we are still seeing at this moment. I don't see any other tornado warnings that have popped up just yet, Jake.
Yeah, that's right. And, the other aspect to this, of course, is the flooding. And, the National Weather Service, of course, just like us here, watching things very closely, just reading some of the updates from the National Weather Service and what they're seeing. And they're saying that the rainfall rates from Terrebonne to St. John in that band are within 5 to 6 inches of rainfall per hour, which is very significant, and that will cause flooding issues. And there is a flash flood warning coming now for Thibodaux and for Houma. So as we have talked about the last several days, we said that not everybody was going to have to deal with flash flooding, but those that did get caught under some of those heavier bands were going to have flooding issues. And unfortunately, again, that is occurring this morning. We are, again, there's your new flash flood warning here. This, again, is going to go for the city of Houma, also for Thibodaux. This will include Gray as well, Bayou Cane, and Chack Bay. This, again, is until 5:30. So that's a new flash flood warning for these really heavy storms that are coming through right now. As mentioned, rainfall rates potentially up to 5 to 6 inches of rainfall an hour. So that is a lot of rain coming down in a short amount of time. So what happens is when you have rainfall rates that high, the drainage systems just cannot handle that much water, and then you start to have ponding on the road, you start to have street flooding, you then start to have ditches overflowing. Now, thankfully, closer to the coast, there's been a bit of a drought over the last couple of months, so soil's a little bit drier here, so maybe it can handle a little bit more water, whereas further inland, it's been the opposite. So, in Baton Rouge, we're really still waterlogged from coming off a pretty wet May as well. So can't handle a whole lot of water here on the coast, and closer to the coast, maybe can handle a little bit more water. But either way, that kind of rainfall can certainly cause some flooding issues. But looks like the tornado warning that was in place for Morgan City, that one was actually canceled early. So that's some good news. Let's stay with this just for a couple more minutes as we continue to update folks on these storms. I am going to continue to certainly watch what is going on in lower Livingston and lower portions of Tangipahoa as some of these heavier bands move in there. Again, the tornado threat will still be there, and also that flooding threat. Now, the northern extent of it doesn't look as bad as you get down towards Laplace and Lutcher, and certainly down here towards Raceland, Lockport, and Houma. So that is where really the bulk of the activity is, and where it's been all night so far. But as we zoom out here, you can see, again, this is pretty much all going to scoot east of Metro Baton Rouge. Now, some guidance suggests there may be some more storm development through the morning. We will see. Of course, we are here no matter what. We'll be here to track it. But so far, so good. And if we can keep all the activity to the east of Metro Baton Rouge, not that we wish it upon anybody, that would be good news for the local area. But certainly some bad news for the New Orleans Metro, especially if this band down here near Houma moves over that area. We could certainly see some issues there for sure. And the rain, again, on the North Shore, too, will start to pick up as well. So we're going to keep tracking it through the morning. Again, that tornado warning that we did have in place for portions of St. Mary Parish, that was allowed to be canceled early, which is good news. And again, that area of rotation is nowhere near as strong as it perhaps looked earlier. Not that it ever really looked too terribly strong from the beginning, but that has been allowed to expire or be canceled early at least. So that is some good news there. All right, time now is 2:35. We are going to hop off here on NBC 33 and Fox 44. We will be back in just about less than 30 minutes for another cut-in, and we'll bring another update then. If we have any more warnings, of course, as well, we'll hop on then. We'll see you later.
Tracking the Tropics, sponsored by Jerry Lane Buick GMC.
Good Thursday morning, everyone. We've had some stormy activity for our neighbors in the Bayou parishes, but it has been a little bit quiet for us here in the Baton Rouge area. Now, just about 30 to 40 minutes ago, there were quite a few tornado warnings that were moving near Morgan City, Baldwin, Houma, and moving on that northeastward track into the New Orleans metro area. Now, most of those tornado warnings have already expired, including the one that Jake and I were talking about 30 minutes ago. That was over St. Mary Parish and also heading on that track towards Napoleonville. That one expired before the original expiration time at 2:45. But we are still seeing a few storms moving near Lutcher, Lockport, and that's also not only where we're seeing the stormy activity, but there was also a flood warning that was in place too, or still is in place until 5:30 for parts of Terrebonne and Lafourche, right in this window between Thibodaux and Houma. And now we're seeing a special weather statement that has been issued for part of St. John's Parish until 3:15. This is near La Place, and it also includes the southern tip of Tangipahoa Parish. So when we have these special weather statements that are issued, that just means there's a few stronger thunderstorms that are moving through that region that have wind speeds of about 30 to 40 miles per hour. But again, for the Baton Rouge area, we've had a little bit more of a quiet night over the last few hours. We had a few on and off showers, but those rain bands from the remnants of Arthur are pretty much set up right along the coast and just kind of stretching eastward. And even yesterday, when I was looking at the different models, it still seemed like that would be something that we would see taking place. So of course, we wanted everyone to be prepared in our area, but we also kept mentioning it just depends on where those tropical rain bands set up. And it's pretty much been south of our region and east of the Baton Rouge metro area. So for this morning, we're still seeing a few showers that are moving through St. Helena Parish and also East Feliciana and up into our southwest Mississippi counties. But for most of the rain, this is still to the south and east of Baton Rouge. Heavy showers and storms going through Terrebonne. They've been impacted by that for the last few hours. Also in Lafourche Parish and moving into La Place. And again, that's where that special weather statement is still in place until 3:15, indicating a stronger thunderstorm. And the tornado warning that's still in effect now, this is in place until 3:15 for Terrebonne Parish. So this is moving into Houma. And if we can take the traffic cameras for Houma, I've been watching them dealing with frequent lightning over the last hour. I've been seeing the gusty winds on the traffic cameras, heavy rainfall pouring down. So if you maybe have a friend or a relative that lives down in Houma, I know they're hearing all this that is going on, but if they were still attempting to leave home to get to work, just remind them to stay in their safe place, wait until the storm passes, especially since there is still a tornado warning that is in effect right over Houma, Ashland, and also Mandalay. This is until 3:15. But again, right here in Baton Rouge, just looking at radar again, right here in Baton Rouge, we are still a little bit drier at this time. So now we're seeing some heavier showers moving through the southern half of Assumption Parish. This is some heavy rain. These are some thunderstorms that are moving through for them. So our neighbors a little bit farther south in Assumption are probably waking up to a few rumbles of thunder at this time, especially for our friends and neighbors down along the coast who have been dealing with stormy activity over the last couple of hours. But taking a wider look, there are a few spotty showers that are west of the Baton Rouge metro that have popped up over Opelousas, Ville Platte, Church Point, Jennings, and near Morse, Louisiana. And then Iberville appears to be in a dry slot at this time, in addition to Point Coupee Parish. So although we're still going to see a few more showers moving back into our area throughout this morning, the stormy activity still appears to be remaining to the east and southeast of the Baton Rouge metro. As those tropical rain bands are moving right along the coast, we've been seeing some of those embedded, stronger and severe thunderstorms capable of producing a tornado. And this is why we had a few tornado warnings that have popped up between Terrebonne, Lafourche Parish, St. Charles Parish, and St. John's Parish over the last few hours. But things are a little bit more quiet again over Convent, St. James. Again, they were under one of those warnings not too long ago. And we're now seeing some of those storms shifting a little bit to the north and east into the southern half of Tangipahoa Parish, the southern corner of Livingston, and moving across Lake Pontchartrain into St. Tammany Parish and Washington Parish. But again, for Baton Rouge, Zachary, Jackson, we're in a little bit of a dry spot this time. We have just a few showers that are still out to our west, but what what we're looking at now concerning the stormy activity is still just these rain bands that have set up along the coast. And this is from the remnants of Arthur. So yesterday, Tropical Storm Arthur, that was the 10 a.m. update from National Hurricane Center. And this system has already weakened. So now we're just dealing with the remnants of this system. But that's a quick update. We will be back on again for another full live stream and our newscast at 4 a.m. So stay tuned, of course, for our updates on air, social media, and online.
Tracking the Tropics, sponsored by Jerry Lane Buick GMC.
Well, right now we're tracking heavy rain moving through parts of our area this morning. You're taking a live look from our sky camera located near Perkins and Bluebonnet. From here you can kind of see there's just maybe a few light showers out there moving through our area right now. It's just your typical morning traffic, but other parts of our area getting downpours right now. Thank you so much for joining us this morning on Louisiana First News. I'm Reggie Marion.
And I'm Sydney Simone. Well, we have team coverage this morning, so we're going to send things over to Chief Meteorologist Jake Dalton. He's been tracking the storm all night.
Some good news for the Baton Rouge area is that I think we're going to get through this without any major problems. Now, as we have mentioned the last several days, there were going to be some that did not get a whole lot of anything, and then some that got or that would receive a whole lot of rainfall and a whole lot of issues. And that has been the case this morning in the Bayou and the river parishes, especially around Houma, heading up into the Lockport and Larose area. Again, and around Metro Baton Rouge, we're dealing with a little bit of rain right now, especially south of, say, I-10 and 12. And Ascension Parish seeing some hit or miss showers there, and then a little bit heavier once you get into St. James Parish, and then especially in lower parts of Tangipahoa Parish and down towards Laplace, the rain really starts to pick up there. Now, to the south of that is where the big issues have been this morning. Multiple tornado warnings around Houma. A confirmed tornado has been reported near Houma within the last 10 to 15 minutes, and even multiple confirmed tornadoes near Houma within the last few hours. And on top of that, some significant rainfall amounts as well. And then tornado warnings continue all the way up towards Norco and also northeast of Raceland. So where the rain is falling and where it's falling pretty heavy, you're seeing some really significant impacts. Towards parts of Tangipahoa Parish, rain again is still falling here pretty steadily, but it is not near as significant as what it is to the southeast. Look at the rainfall totals here, especially anywhere from between Morgan City and Houma. Rainfall amounts already just in the last, say, 6 hours or so, 7 to 6 hours, we've already received anywhere from 6 to 7 plus inches of rainfall. That is pretty significant. But again, it's in a very localized area. So again, this is good news for us in the Baton Rouge area. Not that we wish this on anybody, but certainly a significant issue and threat going on just to our southeast. We'll keep watching it through the morning. We remain under a tornado watch until 6 a.m. And we'll keep watching again as these storms may try to fire up a little bit more through the morning, but I'm becoming again increasingly confident in the immediate Baton Rouge area we'll probably get through without any major problems. But future tracks suggest we'll still have some storms around 8 to 9 o'clock this morning, and then the activity starts to shift away from us, especially in the afternoon. But there's going to be a real flood threat anywhere from Macomb to Kentwood all the way to the Mississippi and Alabama coastlines today, with a high risk for flash flooding, which is pretty significant. So again, you'll see the bulk of the rain that we get through the rest of the day will be mainly east of Metro Baton Rouge. We'll have a full breakdown again, more of what you can expect for the rest of the afternoon. And of course, we'll take you through your weekend forecast and more that's coming up in just a little bit.
Thanks, Jake. Well, we're continuing our team coverage now with Louisiana First News reporter Charlotte Sams.
Charlotte is live right now in Gonzales. How is it looking out there in Ascension Parish this morning, Charlotte?
Good morning, y'all, and we're at the Gonzales City Hall, and we've been out since about 3 o'clock this morning, just driving around, really finding out, seeing what all is out there. And what I can say is the hood is not up right now. We are just getting little sprinkles of rain, nothing too harsh, but it definitely comes in little spurts, and it'll be raining 1 minute and then the next minute that it's not. And I've got the bayou right here behind me. The water is still flowing. The levels are not too high, nothing really to be worried about. And as we continue to drive around this morning, we saw a little bit of pooling on the side of the road. Some drains are getting a little bit backed up here, but nothing too crazy, nothing to concern about yet. As I'm looking up right now, I'm seeing a little bit of lightning, and that's just been picking up in the last 10-ish minutes. We've got a little bit of rain happening right now. Wind, I will say, about 15 minutes ago, there's a flag over there. It was blowing in the background. I said, oh, wow. Wait, wind's picking up, but now it's nothing too crazy right now. So it definitely just comes in waves, and then all of a sudden it'll calm down and they'll be back to what it was. But we're going to continue to keep you updated and be moving around the parish a little bit. So as of right now, like I said, just a little bit of pooling, a little bit of drainage stopped up, but nothing too big to be concerned about. But we'll continue to keep you updated. Back over to you guys.
All right, thank you, Charlotte. Well, even though we might not be having all of that rain in our area, you still may want to give yourself just a few extra minutes for your morning commute, because typically during the rain, we always see heavy traffic, even just with a few traffic, especially in the College Drive area.
Yeah, and going into downtown and across the river.
Just with simple rain. Well, moving on with our team coverage, we're taking things over to Louisiana First News reporter Michelle Masson.
She joins us now from Denham Springs. Michelle, what do you see? What's happening out in Denham Springs right now?
Hey guys, yes, we're out here along River Road just to monitor what's going on with the river flood stages. I just had to pull out my umbrella as the rains did start, but it does appear that most things have dissipated here for the time being, and I'm just gonna go ahead and jump out of the shot so you can see here behind me. River Road is just here behind me. We are already seeing some ponding here on the roadways. The Amite River at Denham Springs is in minor flood stage and forecast to remain in minor flood stage through the weekend. The Comite is also in minor flood stage and forecast to remain there through Friday, according to the National Weather Service. Now, that is the latest forecast from the NWS, depending on how much rain we get today. Remnants of Tropical Storm Arthur are blowing through, dropping just sparse rains here at this time. It has appeared to dissipate somewhat, but we have seen the Livingston Parish Sheriff's deputies on the roads looking out for everyone's safety. It does appear most residents are hunkering down safely at home for the remnants of Tropical Storm Arthur at this point. But for now, we are going to toss it back to you guys in the studio. We're live in Denham Springs. Michelle Masson, Louisiana First News.
Thanks, Michelle. By the way, you can keep track of the weather as it develops by downloading our free Storm Tracker app. We keep it updated with all of the latest information, and you can download it on Google Play in the App Store. We'll stay right there. More storm coverage is coming up on the other side of the break.
Stay with us.
Tracking the Tropics, sponsored by Jerry Lane Buick GMC.
All right, welcome back in. Here's a look at our live Viper radar, an update on what we are tracking here across the area this morning. The good news is that the worst of this weather has been primarily south and east of Metro Baton Rouge. And we really talked about this a lot the last few days, how there were going to be many spots that got through this without even noticing there was storm in the area, and then there were going to be some that were going to receive some pretty big impacts, and that is unfortunately the case for folks just to our southeast across the bayou and river parishes. So in the Metro Baton Rouge area, I think we're going to be okay through this. It's 4 a.m. now. There's still some time for maybe a few more storms to pop up in the area, but I think that chance is really diminishing. You can see there are some storms going up near Ville Platte and Opelousas, extending now closer into parts of Point Coupee Parish, but this is the real problematic stuff right here. So I'm not too concerned about what's going on to our west, but of course we'll keep tracking it as we go through the morning. This is still a good tropical air mass overhead right now, so a lot of moisture for these storms to ring out. So we'll keep watching that. But this has been the main show here tonight. The storms moving in off the Gulf. Again, just showing you Metro Baton Rouge. We have some light showers around in Ascension Parish. Again, rain at times, a little bit more heavy, especially just south of Sorrento and just to the east of Donaldsonville. So mainly across St. James Parish into St. John Parish, there's some more heavy rain. And also right over Hammond and Ponchatoula, dealing with some heavy rain now. But this is the real bulk of the activity. Terrebonne, Lafourche Parish, been hammered over the last several hours. Again, also going into parts of St. John Parish and St. Charles Parish as well. There's been non-stop tornado warnings in this area over the last several hours. Still looking at tornado warnings now. Even have had multiple confirmed tornadoes around Houma, have had confirmed tornadoes also in Lafourche Parish, also into St. Charles. So this is going to be the area that unfortunately I think takes the brunt of this, and this will be moving off to the east. So more of the New Orleans metro potentially later on, and to the North Shore as well. And that's where we are starting to see the rainfall picking up just a little bit there. There's the rainfall amounts. Again, no surprise where all of that activity's been. That's the bulk of the rain, and we're talking over 6 to 7 inches of rainfall in and around Houma and Thibodaux. That is going to cause some issues as it's still raining very hard there right now. There's the water vapor imagery, and again, you've got a lot of moisture again right around the same region I was just mentioning. It's getting all of the wet weather and the real nasty weather across far southeastern Louisiana. But notice this dry air kind of trying to punch in from the west. That could help us out again. We'll just have to kind of watch and see how things evolve over the next few hours. But again, the longer we stay in this somewhat dry slot, if you will, the better for us. The tornado watch continues until 6 a.m. for southeast Louisiana. So less than 2 hours left on this watch, but we may start to see some parishes being canceled or trimmed out of the watch. We will keep you posted on that. Let's send things over now to meteorologist Ashley Renee, who's going to continue our team coverage this morning.
All right, thank you, Jake. And yes, as you just mentioned on the water vapor imagery, we're seeing where that drier air has been setting up. And I was even seeing some of that drier air yesterday over parts of East Texas. And we know that when we have that going on in the upper levels of the atmosphere, that helps to inhibit further storm development, rain developing in our area. So we're seeing some dry slots. With that being said, near the Texas-Louisiana border, while closer to home, we have started to see just a few more showers popping up near the Opelousas region, Ville Platte, and still just kind of west of the Baton Rouge metro area. But with that being said, we have had a significant amount of rainfall through the bayou parishes, especially just within the last few hours alone. Just a couple of hours ago, I was texting my mom to let her know to stay informed, watch the local stations over there because they have had some stormy activity too in the New Orleans metro area. But those tornado warnings have kind of been situated just from the river parishes stretching south and southwest into the bayou parishes. And looking at the rainfall totals over the last 24 hours, we've seen trace amounts for the northern end of our viewing area, while those closer to the coast have received a few inches of rainfall. And zooming back in on that, for parts of Terrebonne, 5.8 inches of rain, 9 inches, and also seeing 3.4 inches for Franklin and close to 7 near Thibodaux. And the rain that they've accumulated so far, they could still receive a couple more inches just between now and the end of the morning, because this is where these tropical rain bands have set up. So just more rainfall is going to pour down on those same spots, causing additional flooding issues. But again, for us locally, We're just looking at our winds to still be a tad bit breezy for today, just winds around 15 miles per hour. And as we continue through the rest of our Thursday morning and into this afternoon, we're going to start seeing a bit of a drier period. Again, we pretty much missed out on the worst of the weather here in the Baton Rouge Metro, but we can still see a few storms trying to develop again later this afternoon and continuing through this evening. Now, although the models have not really played too nicely with us, they've kind of, been a little bit off with what we were seeing. But again, this is one model run showing us getting a few showers and a few storms again later today, but really not expecting widespread activity. And then these rain chances are going to continue coming down within the next couple of days. So for the flood watch we've been talking about all week, this is still in place through tomorrow morning. And for our Friday morning, still looking to be mostly dry with just a few showers and thunderstorms developing again tomorrow afternoon and evening, especially as we have another frontal boundary that's going to start sinking a little bit south into our area. Now for the weekend, the rain chances are lower. We're looking at warmer conditions, just a few pop-up showers and storms for your Saturday and Sunday, more so on Saturday than Sunday. But this will start off likely around the end of the morning into the afternoon. Again, just a few showers around. Most will not get the rain. And then heading into the beginning of next week, we're just looking at isolated activity at best, but overall mostly dry conditions with those temperatures starting to warm back up once again into the 90s.
Tracking the Tropics, sponsored by Jerry Lane Buick GMC.
All right, here's an update on some of the local river levels. Now, this is a forecast from the National Weather Service on what they expect over the course of the next 24 hours as far as rainfall. That forecast goes into how they forecast the river levels and whatnot. So this is based on how much rainfall they were expecting us to get over the next 24 hours, which thankfully over these areas we have not received a whole lot. So this should kind of hold true. If I want to take this full here, it may be easier to read for folks at home, but this is the Amite River at Denham Springs, and you can see the latest value was at, our observed value was 29.5 feet. So just above minor flood stage there, and it's forecast to crest at 30.5 feet tomorrow. So we'll be tracking that, but should stay in minor flood through the weekend, kind of slowly dropping off next week. But good news that we haven't had any, again, major rainfall in these areas to, make these river levels perhaps a bit higher than what is forecast. The Comite River at Jora Road, I know we've had some questions about this today as well. Latest value was 22.94 feet, and that is forecast to crest later today at 24 feet, which is pretty much, I believe that is like right there, just under moderate flood. So that keeps the Comite River there in minor flood. Then the Tangipahoa River at Robert is forecast to crest Sunday into moderate flood, could reach major flood. Again, if we continue to see some heavy rainfall there, we will keep track of that. And of course, we are keeping track of everything going on here this morning. We will have another update for you on what the radar situation looks like and kind of how we're going to play things out through the rest of the day today. We'll have another update for you coming up in just a little bit.
Thanks, Jake. By the way, there have been several closures announced for the Baton Rouge area as a result of the weather. Now, this includes multiple summer schools, offices, and Breck summer camps, including Zachary School District, West Baton Rouge Parish, and Livingston Parish. We have a full list of impacted sites on our website, LouisianaFirstNews.com. And stay right there. We have more news and team coverage coming up after the break.
Tracking the Tropics, sponsored by Jerry Lane Buick GMC.
All right, welcome back in. Let's take another look at live Viper radar. Again, in the Baton Rouge area, I really think we're going to get through this without any major problems. Again, of course, we will keep track of things if something changes, but radar trends, again, suggest otherwise. The worst of the weather has been to our southeast all night long over the Bayou and River parishes. We're still getting some rain, especially in lower portions of Ascension Parish, or especially around Sandoval right now. But overall, the worst of the weather has been anywhere from Houma to Lockport up towards Raceland. Raceland, also around Laplace and the New Orleans metro area. Non-stop tornado warnings over the last several hours. Confirmed tornadoes, damage as well. Just heard from one of my friends down in Houma that they have some pretty bad damage there in some neighborhoods. So unfortunate that, again, this is happening to somebody. And we talked about this all yesterday and today, that this wasn't going to be a widespread event, but somebody was going to deal with significant impacts from the rain and from the tornado threat. And yeah, that has come to fruition, unfortunately, for those, again, in the Bayou and River parishes. Heavy rain continues to fall there right now. So on top of the tornado threat, you're dealing with a real flood threat there, too, just because of all the rainfall that has been pretty relentless over the last few hours. A quick check up to the north. Again, around portions of Tangipahoa Parish, the rain, again, is pretty heavy at times, especially around Robert right now, south of Ponchatoula, but not near as bad as what's going on down in the southeast, where, again, portions of Terrebonne and Lafourche Parish have picked up nearly 10 inches of rainfall in just the last few hours. So significant flooding there, and we will keep track of that as we take you through the course of the rest of the morning.
Well, EBR Mayor President Sid Edwards warning people that last night to be cautious on the roads when you head out this morning. EMS, Baton Rouge Fire, BRPD, and the Sheriff's Office were put on standby. They've been on standby since Monday. He says people following all of these precautions will be safe.
From a conference standpoint, we are over-prepared. Be patient, but just stay home, don't get out in it, and put yourself at harm. If you're getting a lot of flooding and it starts raining, and don't get out in flash flood weather. And you may, what is a flash flood? And that's moving water, and it don't have to be 3 feet deep. It could be a half a foot deep. Don't get out in that stuff.
We definitely have seen people get stranded in that water. Now, officials with the city of Central saying yesterday they cleared drainage areas ahead of the storm. Culverts and ditches around Bayou crossings at Hooper Road are expected to possibly see heavy flooding. Millions of dollars have already gone towards flood prevention, but officials say that more funding is needed to make any meaningful change. They actually received about $53 million from FEMA just a couple of years ago. And there are already outages being reported in the area this morning from Entergy. And energy companies say their crews are ready to respond to those power outages. Demco and Entergy want customers to make sure that you have your batteries and everything charged, such as your cell phone and your iPad or anything like that, and that you also have enough supplies to last just a couple of days. Also, avoid down power lines and don't drive through flooded areas. Time now is almost 4:30. Don't go away because we have continued team coverage after the break.
Tracking the Tropics, sponsored by Jerry Lane Buick GMC.
Right now, we're tracking heavy rain moving through parts of Louisiana. You're taking a live look from our sky camera. This is the spillway headed into New Orleans. It's kind of dark, but you can kind of see that lightning flashing in the distance there. And you can kind of see some of those raindrops also on the camera lens. It's moving through that area there. Thank you so much for joining us this morning on Louisiana First News. I'm Reggie Marion.
And I'm Sydney Simone. We have team coverage this morning, so we're going to send things over to our chief meteorologist, Jake Dalton. He's been tracking the storm all night. So Jake, where are we within this weather pattern?
You know, the Baton Rouge area really not seeing a whole lot. The main action is just to our southeast across the bayou and river parishes, and we were just looking at that live camera from the spillway, and that's where the real active weather is, just southeast of Metro Baton Rouge. So I think we're going to get through this without any major problems, but cannot say the same for our friends and neighbors just to the southeast. We are still seeing some heavy rainfall in the area just south of say Santa Ma right now, or around the Santa Ma area in Sorrento. There is some heavy rain coming down right now, but where it's been pretty much relentless the last several hours has been anywhere from Laplace to Luling to Norco, down towards Raceland, Lockport, and Homa. Still ongoing tornado warnings there, confirmed tornadoes tonight, and even significant flooding on top of that as well. The rainfall there has been pretty significant, anywhere from 5 to about 10 inches of rainfall through the course of the night there. And again, we talked about this the last several days, how not everybody was going to be impacted by this. We weren't really confident on where the worst of the rain was going to set up, but this is where it is set up and where it is happening again. It is pretty nasty, that's for sure. Zooming things back into the metro area, we've got some spotty showers, a few storms around. Again, the worst of it in our area, kind of in southeastern Ascension Parish right now, moving into lower portions of Livingston Parish, so heading out towards, say, Killian and just south of French Settlement. There is some heavy rainfall kind of up to the northwest of New Roads right now. That could impact portions of the Felicianas and southwest Mississippi over the next little bit. We will keep an eye on that. But again, I think the bulk of the activity is what we're looking at right now, just off to our southeast, the real impactful weather. So still running pretty good in Tangipahoa Parish, moving into St. Tammany and Washington. But again, it's really south of the interstate, south of I-10, where we were just showing you where really the worst of it is. And that will migrate, though, to the northeast, towards the North Shore as we go through the morning. Tornado watch continues till 6 a.m., so we have about another hour and a half left of that tornado watch. We'll see if that gets extended. It probably will for the eastern half of the state. So we're looking at a feature track here suggesting that through late morning we continue to see the rain migrating its way out of the area. By midday, most of us are dry, but there's still going to be a significant flood threat through the day, especially from Kentwood to Macomb, and then off to the east, Washington, St. Tammany Parish into South Mississippi, as rain may continue there through the entire day, which would be a serious flood threat. We'll keep a full, of course, eye on that, and we're going to have another update on your weather and more. That's coming up in just a few minutes.
Thanks, Jake. Well, we're continuing our team coverage right now. Our Louisiana First News reporter Charlotte Sams is out. She's been out all morning.
Yes, she's live in Gonzales. How are things looking now, Charlotte, from 30 minutes ago?
Good morning, y'all. And we have moved locations, so we are going to be right off of Highway 30 now. Earlier, we were over by Gonzales City Hall, and we were noticing some rain. We were right by a bayou, too, so we looked at that level of the water, and there was nothing too badly to be concerned about. And just in these past 30 minutes, we've been driving around, not as much rain. The hood is still down, so there's no rain coming down right now. We just whipped out the anemometer, and over here, you can see behind me, those are just blowing in the background, and we found 17.5 miles per hour winds. Now that, I don't know if you can hear it, but we can definitely feel it right here. Just a couple drops of rain. Earlier we were seeing some lightning, heard some thunder, but just a little bit of rain. And so now over the past 30 minutes, what we've kind of seen on the road is going to be a little bit of pooling, a little bit of drainage backup, but nothing too bad to be concerned about. We're going to continue driving around throughout the morning, but right now now. Really, all we are noticing is going to be these winds. They are strong. They've picked up since the last time I talked to you, 17.5 miles per hour. I mean, like I said, I don't know if you can hear it, but we can definitely feel it. And as I look around me, the bushes are blowing. We've got those flags in the background, the wind signs, everything is kind of blown around right here off of Highway 30. But we're going to continue to keep you updated, and we're going to be driving around a little bit more as the morning continues. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Charlotte. It may not be raining where she was, but earlier when we saw Michelle Masson, she did have rain in her area.
That's right, and she's joining us from Denham Springs. So, Michelle, what's it looking like out there in Livingston Parish this morning? We see you still have your umbrella.
Hey guys, that is correct. It is slightly windy here. The winds and rain seem to be off and on here. We do have some right now, just very slight. The city here in Denham Springs does seem to be waking up a bit with some cars here going back and forth on River Road. We are right here on River Road, posted up by Government Street, by all the government buildings. The river here behind me is in a minor flood stage. We did want to monitor things going on here with the river. As you can see here behind me, we did have some ponding here on the roadways beforehand, which did cause some concern for people here. But for the most part, it does appear that the schools did close here and the government offices were prepared for the worst with Tropical Storm Arthur, but it does appear that things are moving a little farther south, slightly dissipating, and for now it's just a wait and watch and see approach for everyone here, just monitoring the situation. For now, we're live in Denham Springs. Michelle Masson, Louisiana First News.
And don't go away, we have more storm coverage coming up on the other side of the break.
Stay with us.
Tracking the Tropics, sponsored by Jerry Lane Buick GMC.
All right, so keeping a close eye on our live Viper radar here this morning. Here is the latest as of let's see, it's about 4:40 now this morning. So here's what we're tracking, and the worst of the weather has been mainly southeast of Metro Baton Rouge. We are still tracking some heavy rain though now in parts of Ascension Parish, mostly southeastern parts of Ascension Parish into lower parts of Livingston and Tangipahoa. And notice there are some storms going up just to the west of New Roads, starting to move into far northern portions of Point Capee Parish. So these will be some heavy rain producers. We'll keep an eye on this over the next few hours and see if this kind of continues to grow up scale. But by far, everything down here has been the main show tonight, with multiple tornado warnings and flash flood warnings. Flash flood warnings now overtaking most of the New Orleans metro, as this real significant slow-moving band of storms here now moves over those very high population centers here and will likely migrate up towards the North Shore as well, from Covington over to Slidell. So this is really the main focal point for the action. So for the Baton Rouge area, we're not going to be impacted by that at this point. This is going to be to our southeast, but certainly a significant event that some are dealing with here this morning. Multiple tornado warnings continue from basically near Luling and then heading up into St. Charles Parish. And it looks like it now actually maybe into parts of Jefferson Parish, so near Metairie and Kent are now also in tornado warning. So really significant event going on right now, not just with the tornado warnings, which there have been multiple confirmed tornadoes tonight into this morning, but the flooding, that's what's going to be a big deal as well, with rainfall amounts anywhere from 5 to about 10 inches just tonight. And that goes from basically near LaPlace through Houma, through Thibodaux, back down to the southwest. For us, again, we have pretty much been largely spared from the worst of the rain. There has been rain in the area, but nowhere near the amounts that we're seeing just off to our southeast. So talking about the metro, we are again seeing some heavy rain right now moving through Santa Maria and then into southern portions of Livingston Parish, now moving into Killian near Springfield as well. But this is not really too problematic because it's moving on by pretty fast and not going to cause a major issue. But we'll keep watching radar again through the morning, as we still could see some development through the morning hours and potentially even into the afternoon. Tornado watch continues for all of southeast Louisiana through 6 o'clock this morning. This may have to be extended later on, especially those east of Metro Baton Rouge. Again, Future Track will show you that we are still expecting potential for some storms to fire up over the course of, say, the next few hours. But I think, again, that the worst of the weather that we're seeing right now to our southeast, that's probably going to be the main event for the Baton Rouge area. But again, some models suggest we could see additional redevelopment through the morning. We will keep an eye on that. But I think most of this is going to end up being to our east, and there could be a real significant flood threat today, anywhere from Macomb to Kentwood through portions of South Mississippi and South Alabama. So if you're traveling today along I-10, say towards the beaches like Pensacola or Orange Beach or Gulf Shores, there could be some real significant rainfall that way today as well. I'm going to send things over now to meteorologist Ashley Renee as we continue our team coverage here this morning.
All right, thank you, Jake. And yes, those were some good tips because, of course, some people are traveling. They may have had a quick beach getaway planned for today, but yes, this is not the day for that. But with the storms that we've been watching, mainly to the east of the Baton Rouge area, it's just kind of been concentrated in that spot. So one, Tropical Storm Arthur, we're just dealing with the remnants. So it's weekend over the last few hours, we're just dealing with the remnants of the system. Still those lingering tropical rain bands that's causing that stormy activity over southeast Louisiana. But one reason why we're expecting less activity as we continue throughout our Thursday is because we have some of this drier air that is shifting in. So when we have the drier air in the upper levels of the atmosphere, mid and upper levels, that pretty much helps to suppress storm development. So although we're starting to see a few showers and thunderstorms trying to develop near Point Capee and Opelousas and heading up into our southwest Mississippi counties, that drier air in place could inhibit further development as we continue throughout our day. So we may end up turning drier for the rest of today. But looking at the rainfall totals within the last 24 hours, again, much of it has been concentrated in the bayou parishes, New Orleans Metro, and also offshore and the Mississippi coast. So while a good bit of us have only received trace amounts, only up to about half of an inch, those who are in the bayou parishes, they have accumulated close to a foot of rainfall, especially in parts of Terrebonne where they received 9 inches. Just 3 more, they would have received a foot of rain just within the last 24 hours. And with the storms that are still making their way over the bayou parishes this morning, Lafourche, Terrebonne stretching up into the river parishes, they could still accumulate a couple of more inches on top of what they have already received. So again, there's been a few tornado warnings in place for the last few hours for them and a couple of flash flood warnings, but things have been a little bit more quiet here in our area. Now our winds are a little breezy at this time, just around 10 to 15 miles per hour, and the winds will still stay just a tad bit breezy for the rest of our Thursday, still within that 10 to 15 mile per hour range. But for the end of this morning into this afternoon, we could have a few more showers developing and trying to move across our area, and then this will continue until this evening. Then we'll start to dry out once again. Now for our Friday, still expecting a few more showers, and that flood watch that we've been mentioning for the last few days, that will expire still tomorrow morning. But by Friday afternoon and evening, the next frontal boundary starts to move a little bit closer towards our area. So we could see some storms developing tomorrow afternoon, but not expecting widespread activity. This will likely transition back to the scattered shower and thunderstorms, kind of like what we saw at the beginning of this week. But again, with all the rainfall that parts of South Louisiana and Mississippi have received over the last few days, there's probably some of you that are just like, no more rain, we want to be done with it. But the good news is we are looking to finally have a little break from the rain early next week, with those rain chances trimming down and the heat building back in as high temperatures climb towards the 90s.
Tracking the Tropics, sponsored by Jerry Lane Buick GMC.
All right, I want to update you again on the river levels. I know many folks have had questions about this. Thankfully, so far tonight, we haven't had, well, not this morning, but from tonight through this morning, we have not had any major rainfall over the Amite River Basin. So some good news. So this forecast should pretty much hold steady here. On the last observed value at about 3:15 this morning was 29.5 feet. Is forecast to crest as we go through the day today into Friday at about 30.5 feet. So that keeps the Amite River at Denham Springs in minor flood. Going over to the Comite River at Jora Road, also still in minor flood, but is expected to crest as we go through today and early tomorrow. reaching a crest of about 24.5 feet. That will put the river near moderate flood stage. But again, we have not had any major rainfall in the area over the last several hours, so that again may even come down a little bit. We'll keep track of that. The Tangipahoa River at Robert, again, I've had some questions about this, may reach moderate flood as we go through really the course of the next maybe few hours, and then kind of rise through Friday and maybe crest at about 20.5 feet on Sunday. That would put the river just below major flood stage. Again, hopefully we do not see any more major rainfall in those areas to make the rivers rise anymore. So far, that has not been the case, and looking at the future rainfall, you can get the big idea here. The bulk of the rain should mainly be to the east of Metro Baton Rouge for the rest of the day as far as at least the significant rainfall amounts. But we still remain in that level 3 out of 4 flood risk, so we will keep track of things here very closely through the course of the day. But we have a rare high risk. You don't see that very often, especially around really anywhere, actually. It's pretty rare, but from Kentwood to Macomb to South Mississippi, it's a high risk of flooding today. So real significant. And again, we're not done yet. We will keep a track of things, of course, throughout the day.
Thanks, Jake. And by the way, there are several closures announced for the Baton Rouge area as a result of the weather. This includes multiple summer schools, offices, and Breck summer camps, including Zachary School District, West Baton Rouge Parish, and Livingston Parish. We have a full list of those impacted sites on our website, LouisianaFirstNews.com, and we will continue to monitor as we get more closures in. Don't go anywhere. We have more news, weather, and traffic coming up after the break.
Tracking the Tropics, sponsored by Jerry Lane Buick GMC.
All right, well, the flooding threat today will continue, not just for us here in southeast Louisiana, but across South Mississippi, South Alabama, into the Florida Panhandle. In fact, earlier this morning was upgraded to a rare level 4 out of 4 high risk. So Pretty rare to see this really anywhere. So when this is issued, typically the Weather Prediction Center is very confident in there being significant, potentially life-threatening flooding. So something to really pay attention to. They have highlighted, say, areas from Macomb to Kentwood within that high risk, and then extends back off to the east and southeast, Hattiesburg, down to Gulfport, Biloxi, Pascagoula, Mobile, and then near Pensacola or over Pensacola as well. So if you are traveling along I-10 today, again, maybe to the Mississippi coast, towards Gulf Shores, Orange Beach, Pensacola, or really anywhere from here through Tallahassee, could be some significant flooding. So be aware of that and certainly be careful. Taking you through our feature track, again, this has not been doing the best job again, so just kind of take this just as guidance, not really as exact, but notice through late morning and early afternoon, we're still going to have bands of rain around. I think especially from the interstates northward will be the focal point for rain later as we go through late morning and early afternoon, but especially those off to the east will likely see some significant rain as we go through the afternoon and evening. And we're going to be watching that very, very closely as these storms continue to migrate their way through the area. But for now, it's moving through the New Orleans metro and the Bayou River parishes. Those are the areas really hard hit with some significant flooding going on in the Houma area right now.
Thank you, Jake. Well, Mayor President Sid Edwards warning people just to be cautious on the road when you head out today. EMS, Baton Rouge Fire, BRPD, and the Sheriff's Office, they've been put on standby since Monday. And he says anyone following those precautions will be safe.
From a conference standpoint, we are over-prepared. Be patient, but just stay home, don't get out in it, and put yourself at harm. If you're getting a lot of flooding and it starts raining, and don't get out in flash flood weather. And you may, what is a flash flood? And that's moving water, and it don't have to be 3 feet deep. It could be a half a foot deep. Don't get out in that stuff.
And right now, at least 8,000 customers are without power this morning in the Houma area. As Jake has been saying, that area is seeing some of the worst of this weather this morning. But regardless, energy companies say their crews are ready to respond to power outages in our area. Use this time to charge up your batteries, your cell phone, anything like that. Always double check your supplies as well, and avoid down power lines and never drive through flooded streets. Time now is 4:58, and our coverage will continue at 5.